Excuse me. And we are good. Hi. Hello, everyone. Happy Thursday. Yes, it is Thursday now. Goodness, it is almost the weekend. Good job, everyone, making it through the week. Hope you're all doing well. Let me say hi to you guys. Hello, Mage. Welcome in. Good to see you. Happy Thursday. Thanks for being here. Hello, Dawn. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Good to see you. And hello, Standing. Hope you're having a good week. I hope it is treating you kindly. I hope you're ready for the weekend. Hello, Lurkers. And hello, VOD watchers. It's good to see all of you. Okay. I do need to bring something up right up top. Nothing bad, but it's a public service announcement for anyone that is not aware of it. So Twitch has added a fun new thing for everyone to go turn off. Everyone has been automatically opted into AI training. So everything that is basically typed in chat is used for training purposes. Yippee! And yeah, it is on by default. You have to go into your account's privacy settings and turn it off. And I will post a link about it on Discord so that everyone knows where to go. And yeah, unfortunately, it's one of those things of like need to get the word out about it because like if we were to go to someone else's stream and they had not turned it off yet, the things that you type in chat would still be eligible for training. So like it's one of those things that we need to tell as many people as possible so that it gets as much coverage as possible. It needs to be illegal. Well, unfortunately, the people that would make that illegal are also sucking massive AI dongs. So here we go. But yeah, sounds like you guys are already on top of it. So much appreciated there. But just like I said, it's really important that we just like tell as many people as possible, get the word out. I saw an article earlier that like one of the guys at Twitch said, studying admission when asked why it was something that users had to opt out of, quote, if it was opt-in, nobody would opt in. That's honestly the answer. So it's going to be on by default. And it's like, bro, you know everyone hates this and you're just doing it anyway. I know. I've been waiting for this bubble to burst for like 2 years, but at some point it's going to happen. Anyway, I just wanted to let everyone know, get that sort of out of the way. But yeah, hopefully it gets put under the dirt soon and we can move on with our lives. Yeah, it's kind of weird to have people like say the quiet part out loud. It's like a weird sort of brutal honesty, which is like crazy take, but also thanks for just kind of saying it. Yeah, aside from that ugly little mess, how are you all doing? How's your week going? How's your day? Mine, it's been kind of a weird day. I was making new coffee. The straining process for making the cold brew, you know, I need to filter the coffee grounds out. For some reason, every so often, I will get a batch where the filter just like doesn't work. And so it just strains it at like one drip at a time. And it's like drip, drip, drip. So it took more in the day. It took more in the day, and I was just like, fuck it. And I went and bought new filters because I was out. The first of the new filters broke, so that was fun. It just like dumped a bunch of unfiltered coffee into the thing, so I had to wash it out afterwards, but it turned out okay. But because I didn't have any coffee for this morning, I went by one of the nearby coffee places, nice, easy walk. So, I have to cross the street at one point, and it's not a stoplight intersection, but it's one of those ones that has like flashing lights to help improve visibility for pedestrians. Like you hit the walk signal, it starts flashing the lights to, make people more they stop most of the time. So in one direction, they start stopping. In the other direction, there's a big old truck that's making a left turn. So, kind of obstructing the view. And I think the other car like doesn't see the flashing lights as a consequence of it. Just like, okay, so I see that this person is not making any indication to stop. So I'm like, okay, well, I'm not going to play chicken with that. I'm just going to wait for the truck to finish and then the oncoming car to finish, and then I will cross, right? So one direction is stopped, one direction is clearly still coming, and I'm just waiting for this person to do their thing. And while I'm waiting, there's a pickup truck that is stopped that honks at me because I haven't started walking yet. And I gesture at them and the car that is passing by like, I'm sorry, I'm trying to not get run over here, but forgive me for interrupting your very busy schedule for like 10 seconds. Ick. So yeah, that was my morning. That was how my day started off. And thankfully, aside from that, the kerfuffle with the coffee, it's been okay. But it was just like, dude, really? I don't know. There some people, maybe they were just having a bad day. Your house smells like cherry noise. That sounds like a lovely time. Good work. Good work getting the house cleaned up. So yeah. So there's that. There's fussing with the coffee. I was watching a lot of the Dota International because that started last night. And I got through the first series and I fell asleep during the second series. So I was sort of catching up on that today. Man, I love Pro Dota. It's such a weird thing. And I feel like right now, I have not been watching a lot of the pro scene, but I feel like right now we're really in sort of a period of time where it's just like, I don't know, man, crazy shit's happening. Sometimes the meta gets like really rigid, and sometimes it just feels like everyone is just sort of doing their own thing. And this feels like the latter. That's a lot of fun. It's always fun to just be like, to see the casters go, shit, I don't know. I have no idea what this game's going to be, but it'll be fun. So but yes, my main brain drain continues to be the model. That is progressing really well. I am down to 14 tasks. And it doesn't feel like 14 tasks. A lot of them are like just sort of cleaning up a lot of stuff. There's only like one or two things that really need to be like addressed in terms of, oh, something got broken and during the upgrade or something new happened. So it's getting close. I'm still aiming for having the list done by the end of Sunday or sometime on Monday. So we're on track, but I might be a bit of a zombie for a little while. Because I get to the end of the day. I got to the end of yesterday and I was just like, ugh. The funny thing happened. It was late last night and I wanted to keep working, but I was running out of steam. I was like low energy and I'm like, okay, I'm not gonna have coffee, But I should get some tea. I have that tea that I was complaining about, the almond flavored one. That one has caffeine in it. So I'll get some of that. I'll make some of that. I made it. There's almost no almond flavor in it because I made it hot this time. Normally, the tea for the stream, there we go. During the warm months, I cold brew it, right? I just put it in a bottle of water with some syrup and let it sit in the fridge and steep for like a few hours instead of hot brew. And I don't know what happens with the chemistry. I don't know why it would be that different, but I guess using hot water, like whatever the steeping process is different, like the almond flavor that I was complaining about before, like it just wasn't there. And I'm like, oh, well, that doesn't make any goddamn sense, but okay. I'm not going to pretend I understand how it works. I'm glad it does, though. That part, that much is nice. And there was one more thing. So yesterday, okay, so go back a bit. Friday. You know, we're dealing with some heat last week, some smoke. It was all in all an unpleasant week, right? Just kind of crummy and gross and unpleasant all around. But at one point on Friday, would have been like mid-afternoon, the power went out, which is always just a shit thing to have happen during a heat wave, right? Because we already couldn't open the windows because of the smoke, and so we're just sitting here like in the heat without power going, and you know, we're checking the outage map and it looked pretty bad. And so my roommate and I, because we were going to play D&D that evening, is like, well, if we want to just go to the game shop where we were going to play ahead of schedule and just kind of chill there while we waited for the group to show up, that might be a good idea. But they ended up getting it back online in like half an hour, which was very surprising given how bad the incident seemed to be. It seemed like it would be, you know, pretty big. And they even said in some of the text messaging, like they were looking to have it back online sometime in the evening, you know, a few hours from now, not 30 minutes. But yeah, they got it back online, and in the sort of closeout text, it says the cause of the outage was, quote, accident. I was just like, okay. So jump ahead to yesterday. I'm out on a bike ride. I'm coming home, you know. I'm sort of on the last leg of the trip, going up this road, and I pass by this spot which has a power line going overhead. The whole sort of trail has a power line going overhead. And you know, there's these high voltage warning signs along the line of it. And so I get to the spot where like all of the bushes and grass and such has been flattened and scorched. And there's little bits of car like scattered in the dirt, and some of it is tangled up in the bushes and whatnot. Like I found a little bit of headlight. I was just like, holy shit. So I think what happened was a car lost control, went off the road, and caught fire, you know, in the bushes and everything. And it happened right next to one of the electric poles, right next to this power line. So what I suspect, the pole didn't seem to have any damage on it. Like I was looking at it and the pole looked completely fine, which is good. But I suspect The car crashed, the fire started, they called it in, and before anything, happened, like the fire jumps to the pole and burns that down as well, they shut off the power so that, if that did occur, you wouldn't have live lines snapping and falling into the brush and causing more fire. So they shut it off. They deal with the car fire. They get that under control. And once that got the all clear, then they turned the line back on and our power was restored. Because there's something, my initial suspicion last week was like a transformer exploded or something, right? And if it had been an exploding transformer, that would not have been a half-hour turnaround. That would have been like, yeah, this is going to be out for a few hours while we figure it out, at the very least. So that is my suspicion, is that it was something preventative rather than something actually getting damaged or destroyed, which is good. I think that's a good idea. But yeah, it was weird to be like, oh, accident. Yeah, it's been an interesting couple of days. Uh-huh. But yeah, things are calmed down a little bit now, I guess. Hopefully, we'll see. It is getting a bit warmer, but I've got the AC on right now, so I'm okay. How are you all doing? Oh, how is your day going? You guys got any plans for this weekend? I don't have anything for this weekend. I do have the trip in 2 weeks. So we'll probably miss a couple of streams. It'll be the last weekend of August. It'll be right before, supposedly, allegedly, right the weekend before the debut. But we'll see. I don't wanna I'm aiming for the 5th, but I don't wanna confirm it until like the model is looking really good and ready to go. But yeah, that's what I'm looking at. As far as tonight goes, someone's day went very wrong. I can't complain about my week. No accident. That's always kind of my feeling, especially because I hear so many sirens going by my house. Just being at a particular crossroads for so many emergency services. Like every time one of those goes by, like someone's having a worse day than I am. So I feel disinclined to complain when that happens. I'm like, yeah, okay, you win. Carry on, carry on. See, is there anything else that happened recently? I don't think so. Trying to remember. I feel like there was something, but I'm totally blanking on it. No, I don't remember. Anyway, so for tonight, I thought we would do a fun little side project, just sort of. We have not done any like 3D work on the stream for a very long time, aside from doing like the rigging setup stuff for Jordan in the game. I thought it'd be fun to do just a quick little modeling project. I wouldn't call it a full-on sculpting project. There'll probably be a little bit of sculpting, but it'll be mostly like 3D modeling. Because basically I want to make a tabletop mini. Not like a 40K mini, just much simpler design. So we're gonna pop up in Zbrush. I was getting everything set up. Like I had the idea and I checked yesterday. I was like, I know I own Zbrush, but where is it on the computer? And it's like, oh, I haven't used it in so long I uninstalled it. Oh, so thankfully I had the installer. I was able to get it up and running, and it didn't even like complain about licensing or anything. So it clearly remembered who I was. But it was a bit of a moment of like, man, it's been a minute. um I'm trying to think of like what would be the Odysseus. Okay, so in Hades 2, Odysseus has all the little board pieces of different characters, right? What would you call those? I would call it like a board piece or something. I want to double check the reference or double check like the shape of those for reference, but I can't. My Google Foo is failing me. I see they, of course, made a Hades 2 Funko Pop, and it's ugly. It looks really bad. It's actually like really bad. Anyway, why don't we go ahead and jump over to Zbrush, and we'll figure out. I think I have an idea of what I want it to look like, so it shouldn't be too bad to figure out, even if I can't find a good reference for it. I actually have a ZBrush scene set up in OBS. Like we've been here before. It's just been, I don't even know how long. All right. So yeah, I want to make just a little miniature of my Twilight Sword character because during the session last week, that was still last week. Are you? Okay, yeah, you are symmetrical. You know, I didn't have a miniature, so the GM just had a little like puck to use, and I was like, well, that's boring. Let's see. Poly group? Yes. Island. So, I also haven't touched my 3D printer in ages. And this just kind of seemed like a good opportunity to do both, right? Good opportunity to catch up with ZBrush. I have not used this program in probably like 2 years or something. It's been kind of bleak, if I'm being really honest. Who's going down? Sink it to the ground. Don't you get that feeling? Yeah. Maybe if we stay. It's nice to see that I have some memory of how to use the program, though. And I'm weird. I learned before they added the more standardized gimbal that everyone, you know, knows and likes from other software. So I still use the arms. It's kind of the only reason that I give Blender users a break. Because for me, Blender, it's always like, why do you not standardize this to industry norms? And then I'm over here using the freaking controller arms in ZBrush because that's what I've always used and that's what I'm familiar with. And it's like, oh, that's why. I don't have to like it, but I get it. Remember, chat, you always want to have a flared base. It's important. Trust me. Let's inset Polygon Island. I just want to round this out a little bit more. Okay, and then let's crease this edge loop. This edge loop, this edge loop. Okay, let's bevel this one. I think that'll look good because I still want it to have like a sharp edge, but I don't want it to be that sharp, right? So now it'll sort of clean up like that. Okay, I think I'm gonna take this. Okay, let's take the head because I think it's a little bit too tall. So we can do like that. And then we'll just take this part and scale the whole thing up a little bit. I think that's proportionally a bit better. Okay. And I'm just gonna grab this point, pull it up a teeny bit so that that rounds out cleaner. I think that works. Okay. So we're going to use that essentially as our base. I'm just going to make this a little bit thinner as well. Yeah. Let's just do one more edge loop in here so that we can smooth out the curve. Oi. Doing that anyway. What are you doing? Yeah, that'll work. Alright, so I'm just going to smooth that down like that, and then we're going to make a new subtool. We're gonna, I think, just make this one into a cube. Oh, shush. That up here. We're gonna turn on symmetry. windows and the buildings elevation. 1,000 different stories, faces without names. Goodbye, king, and I forget wise. And I wonder if they've noticed if I see it through. Right, and I want an edge loop through here, so I can pull these parts out. And then we're just going to sort of round this back a little bit and sort of pull it down. And then we're going to taper this part in. All right. And it's really janky and really cubic, but it's okay because we're going to build it out. And hopefully it'll make more sense. Okay. And then I'm going to actually solo this off for a minute because I want to take these guys. And we're just going to polygroup that inwards. And smooth that out, maybe. If there's no answer, I'll just toss it out. Changes of the weapon, through the darkness to what I find. Zbrush is one of those programs that's very guilty of just sort of having its own design or control paradigm. And you kind of just have to, I mean, I think you can rebind most of it, but like opening the control menu or the tool menu and everything. Like there's more tools than you could reasonably hotkey, right? You need to have a giant menu. And then you just like either hotkey or select the one that you want. It wouldn't work like Photoshop where you can just like say, okay, well, this is the brush tool, this is the rotate tool, so on and so forth. There's just too many. Okay. So I'll double that down for now. Let's go ahead and crease this. I think that'll, oh, don't do that. Yeah, that'll help us get closer to what we want. But I think that's all we need for right now. So I'll just do that one time. And then we're going to make another subtool. Make this guy. And you can be still cylinder. Cylinder? Sphere. Sphere is good. We basically need a half sphere. We need like a turtle shell. Heroes in a half shell. And then we're just going to rotate it kind of like that. So we want to make her, not her poncho, her coat, her cloak. It's a cloak. But it's got kind of a shell look about it. It's going to sort of rotate. Oh, I was like, why are you? No, mask that and then rotate the other thing with symmetry, please. Thank you. Yeah, I'll do. Okay. And then let's go ahead and double that down. Maybe we can pull the shape out a little bit, just so it sort of follows a little bit better. Yeah, something like that. I'm actually going to rename the tools really quickly. Easier to keep track of, right? Let's go ahead and do the horns here. So we want, I mean, a cylinder would be fine. God, shut up. I don't care. Decks, animate, close the door, waiting for the flight. Greyhound station, paid in cash. Wait, hang on. Before we do this, let's actually shape it into what we want. So we're going to remove this edge loop. And then we are going to collapse edge, 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 and edge, edge. There we go. Now we have a nice little cone. I guess actually I did want this edge loop because we're going to want to round it out a bit. And for this, instead of creasing it so that it stays perfectly still, we'll put another edge loop right in there just so that it like rounds out more like how we want it to. There's a term for that in the industry. I forget what it is, but essentially it's like adding edge loops around the one that you actually want to control the smoothing process. Get it to behave as intended. Blank on what that was. Anyway, let's go ahead and bring our horn back. Just gonna rotate it out like this and sort of park it. Scale it. Hello. Don't do that. Don't do that. There we go. Sort of just get in here so we can get it flush on the head like that. Hide the turbine for a minute. We're gonna need to move the turbine obviously so that they kind of play nicer with each other, but for right now we're just sort of building all the parts out, right? So it doesn't really matter if they are like perfectly in agreement with each other or anything. There we go. Oh, it's pretty good. Okay, so what we need next is we need to go into, oh, where was, which tool had the mirroring? Some tool master. There you are. Mirror. Merge into single one. There we go. So now we have our horns. Going to duplicate that and call it eyes. And these will be very simple. We're just going to make a sphere. Scale you up like that. And more down like that. Just gonna give her some nice little Bomberman eyes. When's the last time we had a Bomberman game? That's a blast from the past. I loved the shit out of Bomberman 64. That was such a good game. Range of his minds. I'm a stranger on the road. Oh, that's pretty good. Comes a time for a hero to die, to be born again in another land. Someone else, another pilgrim's quest, another crucible, another funeral. Too much. There we go. You know, don't wanna be there. Too much. Might change the scale up a little bit as we start to get everything more into position, but right now, I think that'll do just fine. Okay, so we've got one more thing to make, and this will honestly be the most complicated piece. Who wants to die to be born again? Another land. Someone else, another pilgrim's quest, another crucible, another funeral. I'm gonna try making this as one piece and see how it goes. It might be fine, it might be terrible. I just wanna be around and watch the sun go down. I just wanna watch the painted clouds pass along this desert down till the stars come out. Let's do this with multiple. The nice thing about multiple is it'll set nice and evenly at the halfway point. And then we'll grab this, and we can actually use the deformer. We'll use inflate just the X and Z axes. So that will hopefully give us a nice, more rounded end result. Fortunately, not so much. Okay, so let's do this. We can soften the effect. So it'll be partially masked. Hopefully that'll be us where we want to go. Better. Much closer. I think that actually works pretty well. One more on either side, and then we can scale it. Just to, again, sort of try and round the shape out a little bit more. Think of don't know what you're thinking. All right, that looks good. And then we're gonna take this. So let's set you about here. Sorry, control that a little bit. And then we're going to take this part, inflate it. So it's a bit wider at the top. And kind of thins down a little. This will be really interesting, let's say, because if I make this too small, then when I go to print it, it's gonna be extremely fragile and it might just break off. So I can't let it be too thin. A lot of the slicing software will sort of try to notify you if it detects that the thing that you're trying to make is gonna be problematic in that way. So we can poly mesh or Q mesh this out. There it goes. Come on, please, please, please merge properly. Oh, you're being a butt. Could you? Yeah! Fine. Oh, because it's a triangle and you don't like triangles. Okay, I know how I can fix this. I know what I can do here. I can delete that. We're going to delete these. And then we can bridge here to here. And then we're going to insert one here. And then we can bridge it this way, which makes it a quad. Technically. Sort of round this out. Okay. And then just to sort of smooth it out a little bit more, I'm going to take all this, sort of flatten it. I think that works okay. And then we're going to crease partial edge loop just to sort of try and hold all this together. Distinguish the sensor. That was the other word that would have worked, is sensor. Let's see if we can sort of collapse some of these edges. Honestly, probably could have saved myself a little bit of effort here if I had just gone in and made the sensor like a separate piece, but it's fine. It's fine. Kind of wanted to see if I could, you know? Zbrush does not like triangle. Zbrush prefers quads because quads subdivide much better. But it'll put up with a triangle if you make it. I wish someone would buy Zbrush. Fuck Maxon. Actually, to that end, let's just get rid of this edge. We don't need it. trying to be nice and orderly about it, but it's fine. See, if we subdivide it, it'll kind of figure it out. It actually kind of smooths that out in a way that I appreciate. So we'll pretend that it was intentional. We're gonna take flight, dreams begin to reignite. So bright, rolling in the dead of night. Again, I'm wrong. Cool. And then this is honestly just kind of flair on my part, but can we extrude? Let's see what this does. Yeah, that one's not working. Let's see. Qmesh, edge loop partial. Okay, yeah, so that'll work. Why can't I move the camera anymore? Oh, I locked it. Is that new? I don't think it's new. I think I've just managed to never hit that button before. That's never happened before. Said the thing. Did the thing. Okay, so yeah, the easiest thing would just be to go in and collapse these edges back. Alexa. Maybe like this? Maybe like this. Yeah, that'll work a little bit easier, I think. And then we're just gonna insert into here. Could you not? Why are you like scaling the model up at the same time? I don't want you to do that. Okay, so these and these, these. Just going to bump them up a little bit. And look at that, we got our lotus flowers. Scale them out a little bit so they don't collapse the shape as badly. And then let's crease this edge loop. Maintain the shape, right? Crease each of these. There we go. Then let's just insert one more edge loop. Oh, sorry, preserve the volume of the shape. A little bit like that. Getting a little bit of a funkiness going on at those bottom corners. I really don't want to crease that because that'll get weird. But let's see. We scale these out. That make you behave a little bit better? It might. Not really. Might just need to get rid of the crease on this. Let's see what that looks like. Yeah, see, it kind of rounds it out too much is the problem. Like, it creates kind of a bowl shape. We can go in and just sort of clean it up one at a time. I guess that's fine. Face have to decide. I keep holding in live 2D, holding down the B button lets you change the size of the brush. So I've been doing that all day, and I'm doing it by default. It's like, that's not correct. Okay. I'm gonna do a really annoying thing here. One thing I do like about ZBrush is it has really good undo history. You see this bar up here? Like, it'll go all the way back if I ask it to. It has like an absurd number of undo states. We're gonna do it this way then. You're gonna be a butt about it. Then I will make you comply. Gonna do the old-fashioned way. There we go. Always wanting more. And see, this is where having triangles in your model makes things problematic. I wonder if this is even going to work. Okay, so that's a triangle. Or that's a quad. That's a tri. That's a tri. Rid of that. Okay, so yeah, now we have tri and tri. And so we just need to, hopefully, if we delete this edge, yes, binds those into a single thing. I don't know that that actually made my life any easier, but Yeah, you know what? It didn't. It's fine. It's fine. This is going to be a tiny piece on the back of the mall that no one's going to see anyway. So if it gets a little fucky, it's not a big deal. This is fine. This is fine. Okay, yeah. One thing is just deleting this edge so that divides a bit cleaner, and then we'll crease this just to maintain consistency going around there. Okay, yeah, I kind of see what it did here. I'm gonna try one more thing just to see if we can get it all to sort of lay nice. It's not playing nice. Okay, yeah, I see why you're being like this. Okay, yeah, I see the problem. Fine. Fine. It'll do what we want. I think it'll do what we want anyway. Alright, one last thing just to make this a bit easier on myself. Polygroup. No, not inset. Insert. There we go. Oh, you really cocked this up, didn't you? Okay. Um, get rid of that. Get rid of that. Should be a cut option, right? Crease, finish, stitch, slice. There you are. Why did you? Why does it not do symmetry on that? That's so strange. And of course, now they're not symmetrical because you wouldn't let me do it symmetrically. Alright, but we should be able to meet this edge. We're going to bridge these. So. Okay, and yeah, see, now we're running into that problem again of like, well, you want to go over here. Okay. I might have done it. I might have gotten it to work. I think that does it. And yeah, we unfortunately, because of some weird quirk in the thing, doesn't carry over. But we can do a mirror weld, and it just copies half the mesh over to the other side, and we're good. Yeah, I wish you could stop these edges from carrying all the way around because it does mess up some other stuff for us, but don't really have. I guess I guess we could just get rid of them and then figure out how to vary the shape. Maybe it'll just be a sculpting thing after all. I think it'll be worth it to have this round out better. There's a gap in here. Maybe not a gap, but... Oh, okay, so this is not creasing when the rest of it is. Right? That needs to not crease. There we go. Look at that. 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 Alright, so last thing, just to get everything to sort of play nice with each other, is we're going to grab this point. We need to drag it up. It's about the same height. So yeah, we'll do one subdivision. And then instead of doing a mirror subdivision, we will do radial on the y-axis with how many points are we working with here? 1, 2... where's our symmetry options? Hello? Bear with me a second, it's been a minute. Under display properties is under. Not mesh integrity. Oh, it's up top, I think. Shift isn't under. Oh, I'm trying to remember where this is located. Oh, right click thing, no. Oh. Oh. I think we actually have the right number of objects. I'm just gonna grab that, mask it off like so, so that it doesn't grab something we didn't mean to. We'll just sort of drag this down. And just sort of reshape the petals, right? Or we subdivide again. Do the same thing. Uh-oh. I hit a subtool that's gonna take a moment. There you go. It was loading up an asset library. All right, time to actually bring out the pen. Get to work. Okay. Will you stop? Backface mask is turned on. Let's try and round this out a little bit. Yeah, there we go. All right, that took a minute, but we got there. And you can sort of pull this out just to sort of create the top of the branch shape. And then down here at the bottom of the branch, I want to sort of pull this around to create the more sort of like gnarly bottom of the stick, right? Where it was like pulled from the tree, separated. All right, that looks pretty good, I think. I should save. I have not saved yet. Yep. All right, so if we remove the sole on this, and then we can. I think the size on that looks pretty good. Right? Just to sort of get a point of it, it'll sort of sit off to the side, maybe at a bit of an angle, right? But yeah, see, the real trick is going to be how do we get it to like sit with the model in a way that doesn't just like immediately snap off, right? What I think I'll frankly do is we'll just sort of clip it in. So it probably will end up looking like that or something. I mean, even more like meshed inwards. You get my meaning. Maybe we can put a little hand in just to sort of fill that gap. Okay. I like it though. Let's focus on the turban for a bit because I think this is definitely the part that is the most like, what are you doing? Yeah, now that we're not really going to be doing modeling anymore, we don't need colors to be on. We can really focus just on the shape of the volume. Let this sort of come down so it like meets the top of the cloak a bit better. So it's not an absolute rule, but I feel like at some point, thousands of years ago, one of the bits of advice that I picked up is, especially when you're starting out, so two bits of advice for anyone that is sort of looking at doing 3D modeling and whatnot, especially like sculpting work. One, keep your subdivisions as low as possible for as long as possible, right? The more polygons you're working with, the more, one, the larger your file gets, and two, the harder it is to sort of move shapes on a macro level, right? Even when painting, I talk a lot about primary versus secondary versus tertiary shapes. And you do not need a high poly count to mess with your primary shapes, right? You're looking at large, simple volumes. And if your primary shapes are not good, it really doesn't matter how your secondary or tertiary details are going to look, because you're bedazzling a turd. So keep it simple, get your primaries looking good, and then you can worry about your, increasing your subdivisions and adding more detail. The second one, I don't remember where exactly I heard this. I feel like maybe I'm just kind of making it up, but a lot of times it is good to be additive instead of subtractive, right? So like I want to get the shape of this turban right, that we have sort of the centerpiece that goes over the top, kind of like a bike helmet. And then that sort of wraps over the top, and then we've got the parts that go down the side. And I could, cut in to get that shape where I want it to be, but it's going to have less of a risk of destroying the volumes to try and build out the shapes around that crease, around that point of contact, right? Work additively and build the volumes up rather than work subtractively and cut them down or cut through them. Go to the horns. I want to shrink these down a teeny bit. Actually, it's not shrink them down yet, but I want to curve them upward ever so slightly, like that. I think the position's good, though. And then you guys, we're just going to inflate them slightly so that the eyes are a bit bigger, and maybe set them a bit farther apart. You will take this. Just want to round the shape out a teeny bit. That looks pretty good. And then we're going to go to the cape. Yeah, I think this is pretty okay. Like the volume, I think, hits about where the target should be. Maybe bring the low end down a little bit more. Then maybe we could like adjust the drape of it so that it flares a bit more at the bottom. So I'm going to subdivide this twice. I want to sort of get like the top part. Start to distinguish that a little bit. Again, like instead of sort of trying to create like a cut mark indicating the top part of the shawl, build the shape up like that. Maybe this in a little bit more. Just try and keep everything sort of in that nice upward flow, right? I feel like the body's a little bit tall. So what we're gonna do is take you, put you off to the side, and then we are going to use the transpose master. Take this whole thing and just squash it down a little bit. And then T-pose to sub-T. And we're good. Yeah, that feels a bit better. Okay, and now we can take this and bring it back. We can reduce the subdivisions on if we need to. Okay. I think it's looking pretty cute. Just gonna sort of get it. So looking at the Agari's design, I want to sort of drape over the shoulder a little bit more. Sort of follow some of the behavior of the cape that we see on her character. I think that'll help it to read a little bit more clearly, like, oh yeah, this is the intention of it. And sort of have it like come up a bit higher as well, so it creates more of that like silhouetting effect combining with the turban. All right, there we go. Quick save. Give me 1 second. Go pour myself a bit of tea. I had a smart little idea earlier. I brought up a thermos with ice in it. Usually, like, the tea is cold when I get it out of the fridge. But then, by the time the tea is warmed up, and I would want to put ice in it, the ice is all melted. So I brought the ice and put it in something that'll keep that cold as well. So it'll actually still be ice when I want it and not water. At least that's the plan. We'll see how it works. A couple of these guys. Where'd the lid for that go? Try not to knock my tea over in the process. Just make a huge fucking mess of everything. Easier said than done some days, you know? Mm. Delicious. Alright, where are we? I think it's looking pretty good. So now we can go ahead and subdivide these guys. We can start to build up some more of the specific shapes we want, right? Why are you not working the way that I want you to? Oh, because you're the wrong tool. Oh, what am I thinking of? I guess high polish will work. High polish can be really like aggressive in how it tries to flatten the surface and can kind of actually create like cavities or depressions. I don't really like it for that. Trim dynamic, that's my boy. Trim dynamic tends to be a bit better at creating like a genuinely flat surface. It's got its own issues, but yeah, high polish kind of behaves like a polishing tool in real life, and that like if you press too hard with it or you go too hard at a particular spot, it can actually like create a bowl rather than like layering it down flat. Just trying to get this point a little bit here. Come up to this. I think this is actually shaped out pretty nicely. Right, so see, as we build this up and we have a little bit more detail, now we're really starting to get that nice crease built into there. It's convincing. Like in general, I want to keep the design pretty simple. We could do a couple of things, like we could put the little shape of her tube top. We could put the little clay beads connecting the cape. You know, there are a couple of things that we could add if we really want to like go for extra detail. Like on our horns, for example, I'm going to add a little bit of fluting. Again, be additive in the shape rather than subtractive. This would actually be a good instance to replace my square brush head for this with a nice rounded brush head. So shape's a little bit softer. Good. Let's see what it looks like if we were to add a little bit more detail to the torso. See, I feel like this part I want to generally be pretty simple, right? Like very, it's a game piece, you know? But also I feel like if we put a tube top on there with like overly emphasized breasts, when the rest of the character is just like a little egg shape. So I feel like leaving that off would be better. And then right along here, what I want to do is sort of come in with a fine brush got this sort of interwoven golden crimson thread that wraps along her turban, so we can include that as a fine detail. Sort of the same thing comes down the sides. Man, I miss doing 3D work. I have not touched it in so long. I think it also doesn't help that what 3D stuff I have done has been like rigging and animation. Like I have not touched modeling specifically in ages. And modeling is my bread and butter. This is the part of the process that I enjoy the most. It's nice to actually get to do more of that. I'm going to go ahead and subdivide this up pretty substantially. So one, we can get the shape cut in better, but two, we can start to get some of these guys going. I want to have like some thatching showing up in here. Actually, let's do it this way. Something a little bit different. Like I said, Zbrush, wonderful, this wonderful capability to do so many undos, like all of them. Okay, and then for you, oh, where is it's not the intensity, it's focal shift. I want to mess with the focal shift so we can get a nice, like, soft fade off like that. Look at that! Ain't that grand? Let's finish sort of blocking out the rest of the shapes. It is symmetrical. I'm okay with that. I don't think it's a big deal. I don't think anyone's gonna care that much that all the thatching is like exactly the same on either side. Okay, and I might not be able to mess with this or get this like as close as I would like it. But we can still sort of go in and do the same thing. Okay, yeah, we can't get those because we'll mess up the other ones. So let's just mask that off for now. Okay, and now we can go back to our clay buildup and just actually could probably use a deformer for this. If we just do a little bit of inflate. Maybe two more. I like it. I just want to clean up the masking a little bit. This part got a little rough on the edge here. And you did not get your fade off. So you're popping up too hard. Could you stop doing that, please? Thank you. I think that's cute. Yeah, now we can just do sort of a second pass of it on some of these guys. Look at that, ain't that great? Don't that just look great? And then we can go back up here and sort of reinforce the idea with our little sort of top section, right? Break this up a little bit. And add a bit more of like a solid point right there. Soften it so it blends nicely. Cut into that a little bit. Just to separate the shape out a little bit. You just want to create a little bit of a crease right in here, very soft, very subtle, right? Nothing too much. Don't want to break the shape up or start creating like a trough. But a little in there works. Yeah, let's just put a little bit along here to help sort of clarify the border with the head. So once we're done modeling everything, once we have it sort of in a state that we're happy with, the final step is going to be to merge it all into an airtight mesh. Because right now we have a bunch of different pieces that are just sort of clipping into each other, right? Which is fine for our current purposes, but when we get to the 3D model, we want to make sure that we don't have any weird like inverted spaces or things that are fighting with each other. And so just saying everything is one mesh and deleting anything that doesn't sort of contribute to that outer volume is the cleanest way to go about that, in my experience. Because the slicing software can get really upset when it has things sort of fighting with each other, overlapping with each other, and it's like, what am I supposed to do with this? So yeah, drop the subdivisions down a little bit just so we can sort of pull this in lower and then raise this up higher so it sort of wraps around the horn a bit better. There we go. And let's soften this crease up. That's not supposed to be there. Good. As I feel to reach a love that no one ever got close. Does it make you walk up? If you see nothing, I don't know what happens to me. It's the fire. Just let it die. The other thing that I'm going to need to do is actually dust off my poor 3D printer, remix the resin, and sort of get the whole thing recalibrated. It's been sitting in my garage for ages. Like, they're coming back, right? We got some real ugly pinch geometry in here. As long as we can keep it smooth, it'll clean up in the end, but it ain't pretty to look at for sure. So one nice thing in Zbrush is if you hold down Alt, it does the opposite of the brush, right? So normally I have clay build up. I can use it to build a shape. If I hold negative, it carves in, right? So with trim dynamic, which you can normally use to like flatten out a surface, like so, if you hold Alt, it will bring the rest of the area up to the surface, which can be a really great way to, like, in this situation, I'm trying to sort of build out this band. I can hold trim dynamic and go along the top, and it sort of elevates the rest of it to fill that out. It's quite helpful. I'm not going to do this. It's going to be such a pain in the butt, and it's not going to look very good at the end of it. Fuck it. If I kept things symmetrical, I could use the brush and that might help, but it's alright. I just had to go and position the staff before it was ready. I couldn't help myself. And now here I am, filled with regret. It does look better. So we're trying to build this out so that it's a bit more continuous. And see, drop down to a subdivision, things like the smooth tool just behave better because smoothing is taking the averages between nearby polygons. But if each polygon is like a pixel big, they're not very different, and so you don't get much of a change when you do that. So you don't want to give up your subdivision levels if you can help it. There are some functions, some behaviors that will require you to basically just create a new tool at the subdivision level. And if that's what you gotta do, it's what you gotta do. But if you can hold on to it, always the better option. Mess this off because what I want to do here is sort of fold this in. Sort of collapse this so that like they merge together more. Like that. Sort of get the impression of how the branch like wraps over to hold the thurible in place. There we go. Nice. Yeah. I'm not gonna bother. The printer will definitely support very fine levels of detail, but we're looking at this, up close like this. The actual model is gonna be like 2 inches tall because it needs to fit into a 1 inch square. So it's gonna be like that big. So putting a bunch of detail onto the staff is like, okay, doesn't serve a lot of purpose, To be honest, I wasn't sure how long we were going to be working on this. I kind of thought it might be the entire stream, but I feel like we're getting through it pretty quickly. At some point, Paige is going to get to a point where we need to start actually making stuff again. And that'll be fun. I think those will be fun streams. I think I fucked up the fluting. I don't think this is actually like going up the way I want it to. Or like somewhere in here it overlaps the wrong way. Yep, I fucked up. Cool. Alright, that's fine. We're just gonna do it again. The fast magic. See, I don't think I do. I see artists that are able to just like knock out a drawing in what feels like no time at all. And I always feel like I have been a very sort of slow, methodical worker. I've known people that would like on their lunch break just go into Zbrush and like speed sculpt something, right? Like just in an hour, knock out something not necessarily like high quality, but definitely, you know, a legible concept. And I think I have definitely gotten faster as a consequence of streaming, right? Just especially with drawing, I feel like I've gotten much more, I would say sure-footed, but sure-handed would be more accurate. I'm sure if I did 3D work as often as I did 2D work, I would start to feel the same way. So, I've also talked before about how, you know, the trick to being quick with work is not to just move fast, right? It is, like I said, it's that sure footing. It is knowing what it is that you want to do. Just want to thin this out a little bit more. And not spend a bunch of time sort of faffing around with dead ends and unnecessary details. That's a bit better. I mean, the fluting is much better. It's much clearer. I think the one thing that I just need to be sort of careful about is that the secondary shape of the fluting doesn't overtake the primary shape of the horn, right? So let's make it a little bit deeper. We are actually going to cut into the shape a little bit just so that that form reads really clearly. Now that we've sort of built out the spiral in a way that feels real good. Sort of let it fade off at the top here. Pull this shape out so it forms a nice cone. But then see the stepping of the fluting is getting a little extreme. So we're gonna go back down here and smooth out the entire thing. Like so. And then go into the deformer. We're gonna reinflate it so that we get back our lost volume. Oop, don't do that. One more. So by deleting the fluting at a lower level and preserving it at the higher level, you see it starts to take on a little bit more of like a secondary detail. It doesn't affect the top level shape. It doesn't affect the primary form as much. since we sort of eliminated that level of its structure. A little bit more. That might have been a little bit too much. See, we've kind of, it's very like superficial now. So then subdivide one more time. And we'll just rebuild it a little bit. Soften it up. The other thing I forgot to do is mess with the spacing of the brush head. Where is that? Not the draw size, it's not the focal shift, it's under alpha? Where is it? Modify. Yes. Density? Yeah, I think it's density, or is it? Oh shit, where is it? Which one is it? I think it's seamless. It's a bit better. It's time for us to move on. One of my coworkers links. So the Discord that all my coworkers made back when we were 18. You know, we still hang out there. We still chat from time to time, but added a job board essentially, sort of try and help each other find new work after, you know, everything happened. And one of the ones that got linked on there was a pretty small studio. It's like 50 people, but they're over in Bavaria. And they do allow remote work. I think what I would probably tell them is like, I would prefer to be remote, but I would be open to like flying over for, you know, particular events or company get-togethers or whatever. Though I'm not sure they would be willing to pay for all those tickets. I don't know. Like, on one hand, I think living in Bavaria for a while would be very interesting. Maybe I would get over there and be like, yeah, I'm gonna stay here actually. But I don't know. I had one of my former coworkers left the studio, or you know, left the job because their partner got a job in Ireland? Over in Europe. I forget where exactly. You know, they got a studio and they had to be on site, so They packed up their bags and they relocated over the Atlantic until that job ended. They got let go. And they ended up moving back to the States because, you know, the job ended, they couldn't find another one, and so they moved back where they could find work. And it's just like, it's bad enough relocating to another city or another state for work. To relocate countries for a job is like, what is the surety that that's going to last like any period of time? I feel like if a company is going to ask that, there needs to be like some measure of stability on their part of like, yeah, we're not going to make you come over here for like 8 months or a year or something. Like this is going to be a longer term thing that you are signing up for. I would be very worried about getting over there and just being like, you know, a year later, getting the thanks and the boot and being in a new country. Still a new country at that point, right? Like, I don't feel like you fully acclimate to relocation of that scale that quickly. And now you have no job. I don't know. It seems crazy to me. It seems like a lot to ask. I mean, I know some people do it. A lot of people relocate over to this area for Microsoft. You know, they recruit a lot of people overseas and bring them over. But, you know, Microsoft, like most of their workforce, is contract. So you uproot, bring your family, and just hope at the end of however long it is, you get another offer. Excuse me. I think that looks pretty good. One thing I like about Zbrush, it actually has a really good quick save. You don't have to constantly save the file. The quick save will actually cover you really well. See, this is what I was talking about. It's like we've put a lot of effort into the fluting on the horns, but we need to make sure that the horns themselves still look good. We haven't like lost the shape or the primary idea in trying to nail the secondary texture. Yeah, there we go. I think that looks pretty good. Okay, I'm gonna make one more subtool after all. Just gonna higher, going to initialize into sphere. Sphere is going to be fine for this. This is going to be very simple. Just stop doing that. There we go. It's perfect. I just wanted to ground the staff a little bit better. You know, there's a little bit of a gap in there. There's a little bit of negative space. But I think this will hold the shape of it, the position of it a little bit better, and it'll print cleaner. Getting into that little gap between the body and the hand there will be not a lot of fun, but it'll be fine. The important thing with this is that we don't have any little tiny details that are gonna like break off during the printing or, you know, require a bunch of overhang. Those are, you know, the most problematic to deal with. Okay, let's go back in here. I'm gonna add a little bit of breakup, I think, at the bottom of the cave. We're getting very close to a point where I'm like, yeah, this gets all the sort of look and feel that we want. So still a little bit longer, I think. Almost done. Okay. Same sort of thing as working on the design of the character. Like, I wanted to have this ready for the next session, which is not this Friday. It is next week. But, you know, with the model taking up pretty much all of my time, like all of my creative time right now is going towards the debut. So I thought it would be a fun little thing to do with you guys, but also, you know, need to get it ready so I can actually start messing with the 3D printer, start figuring out what it needs. Yeah, I understand that it's not going to work as well as it could, but I want you to do it anyway. So the really nice thing about this also is we have this setup, right? So if I make another character in the future, if I have, you know, another character I need to make a mini for, I can just turn the staff and the hand and the turban and the horns and the cape off and just make new props for them. It's a good little base model. We want to round this out a little bit. It's a little bit angular. There's a bit of an angle to it. I don't like that. Yeah, that's rounder. Just turn everything back on really quickly, but I'm going to slow this out because I want to see about if we were to build this up a little bit, what would that look like? Oh, I really. Where the fuck do I increase the radial symmetry number? It's somewhere. I'm gonna look it up. One moment. Axis, radial symmetry, step tool, geometry, subdivision to highest resolution. Set transform radial count to the number of times. There you are. So now I just don't need to go as far, right? I think once is actually pretty good. Yeah, that looks great. So yeah, if this were a larger model, I'd probably want to hollow it out. There are ways that you can hollow out a model manually, but a lot of slicing software will do it for you automatically. It has tools to create negative space. But again, like, this is about 1 inch across by maybe 3 inches tall. Where's my measuring tape? Never mind. I don't need measuring tape. I need. Where's my grid? Trying to remember how to turn the grid on. Floor. There you go. I think I actually did a halfway decent job. Scale-wise. Where is more options? Document? Might be under document. Brush, draw, dynamics. Floor settings. Under draw. Why is it under draw? That doesn't make sense. Okay, so if that's 1 unit, so if each square is half an inch, right? Because our total grid size is 1. Our total diameter is going to be 1 inch. Then the height is 1, 2. Nailed it! Oh my god, I wanted it to be 1 inch across, 2 inches tall, and I got it. Right on the money. Look at that. Look at that. It's like a 1/10 of an inch too tall. I don't think anyone's going to care. Oh, killed it. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. Perfect. All right, so what we're going to do is just go in here. Let's turn symmetry off. We're just going to sort of smooth everything out until it has a nice, perfect finish. Gonna subdivide the turbine 2 more times. We're gonna subdivide the horn 1 more time. Good. 2 times on that. We can sharpen up the details a little bit just so the edges are really nice and clean. And then also want to go in here and just build these out a teeny bit more so they're really nice and clean. Good. Thank you. So if you're working on a bigger, more intricate project, you see how the model has various colors on it. Those are polygroups, and you can use them to isolate sections of your model off to work on more easily, right? I did not do that because it's a fairly simple thing that we're doing overall, and it really just kind of wasn't that important for me to be able to do that. But like if this were something that we were going to be working on multiple days and really get into the intricacies of it, like if I were trying to do a full scale render of Aguri, I absolutely would have spent more time separating it off like that. Because it would have saved me a ton of headaches to be able to like separate the turbine into different areas and work on it independently. Like this little pinch area where it's sort of folding up behind the horn. That would be very, very, very helpful to have that available to be able to separate it off and work on the lower turbine versus the upper turbine. But again, for this, it's not as important. If anyone were curious and wants to get into Zbrush, that would absolutely be something to pay attention to. Let's build the shape out a little bit more. Build the volume more completely. All right, and then the last thing, just gonna sharpen up the details. And for thatching a little bit more. So you gotta be careful that we don't overdo it and we can't smooth the work out anymore. flatten this one out a little bit. You can also use Damien Standard, or you can change the alpha on this to something with a sharper center to create a different shape, right? It doesn't blend well with what we already have, so I think we won't do that, but it is an option. It's something to keep in mind. As with many things, art and otherwise, there are many different solutions to solving a given problem. Good. Unfortunately, so I have Zbrush 2022, which is a perpetual license, and I believe Maxon, who bought Zbrush, bought Pixelogic, does not offer perpetual licenses anymore. I think it's all subscription based because, of course, it is. We don't have nice things anymore. So this is where cutting in can actually be really nice if you want to sort of create like an under shape, right? You can sort of use the Damien standard. I don't know why it's called the Damien standard, but the hotkey for it is DS, so that's, there we go. Anyway, you know, we can sort of use it to cut in laterally, right? Sort of emphasize the shape, the shelf, rather than like cut down into the surface. Right, and we can sort of build it out underneath like that. Maybe this one not quite so much, right? Because it's sort of sitting a bit closer on top of the shoulder like that. I think this looks great. Yeah, I don't really think we should add anything of her outfit to it. I think any of the other details would be like too small. I think it's good. So yeah, let's save. And then what we would do here is we are going to do a merge visible, which creates a new singular object, right? Everything is one subtool now. And then we are going to dynamesh it. Oh yeah, here we go. And we're going to set, so we're going to, some projection will control the placement of geometry when the project option dynamis is pressed. All right, so yeah, let's set that to like 0.8 something. And then we're going to set the resolution really high. I hate the resolution slider on Dynamesh. Like, it never corresponds to anything. A low value will create a low resolution mesh with a low polygon count, while using a higher value, create a higher resolution mesh will retain more detail at the cost of a higher count. A low resolution Dynamesh. Okay, actually, let's do this. Let's do this. We're going to duplicate, because we can do this in a way that is simpler to deal with. So let's just set to like 320 and hit go. No, just delete it. So yeah, see, now that looks like that. And you're like, oh God, what? So let's do like 600. So that looks like that. But the important thing for our purposes is you can see it's a singular mesh now, right? It's airtight. Let's see. So, it doesn't look great in terms of overall quality, right? This is not too pretty. But, you know, you can see sort of how it has divided up the mesh, and we're going to subdivide it twice. Let's go 3 times. So it's majorly overdone. And what we can do now is we can bring the previous mesh up. Right, so we've got our merged version and the original version. So we're going to take the merged version, and we're going to project. I'm just going to think about it. And with any luck, the flicker is normal. It's thinking. It's thinking about it. It's comparing. So like the total of these two subtools combined is like 9 million polygons. So it's thinking about it a lot. Okay, give it a second. Yeah, I massively over divided the model so that it could split up as cleanly as possible. Or so that it could project as cleanly as possible. I'm honestly impressed how clean the sector is. Like, that just kind of went great. Mother is collating. What are you doing in terms of... Okay, yeah, CPU is currently occupied. I'm gonna turn on core temp really quick just to make sure that it isn't burning itself out. No, it's holding steady. It's just got to think. Oh. Well, chat is a good time to take a moment, stretch, drink. I'm actually gonna have a bite of food really quickly. One moment. Mm. Oh, there we go. So see, same deal. Same situation as before. But you can see when we get in, like it is very, very precise along those seams. Unfortunately, we lost a little bit in here. That got a little fucky. So I'm gonna just kind of jump in here. It's okay. Again, it's going to be a 2-inch tall miniature. It's not like anyone is really going to notice that this part is a little simplified or wrinkly. I'm not gonna stress it. Just smooth it out, and then we can gonna go in here with maybe a clay builder. Shrink it down a hair. So it's a little bit out of the way, but you know, not gonna freak out over it. Like again, we zoom way back. I think it's fine. You know, if it's like even that's it's like it's gonna be like that big, right? It's fine. It's fine. Get out the julep exactly. And just get one of those little like tiny magnifying glasses. You can see actually this is kind of a blessing because I was saying how that little gap underneath the staff was going to be a huge pain in the butt to clean out when the model's done. It just filled it in. So that actually will probably save me some headache when all is said and done. I'm just going to smooth it out so it doesn't try and like preserve that. But yeah, I think that's actually a bit of a blessing in disguise. Just gonna do a little bit of the same thing along here. It's funny how like it preserved the shape of the staff so well, but then the contact points with the staff just got mangled. Luckily, everything else seems to have come through really cleanly. There's one tiny little detail right in here. It looks like a little fucked up. Wonder if we can clean that up some. I think I know what we might be able to do. We go in and we sort of mask it off. Might be able to go in with the planer brush and just why are you hitting everything except from where I want you to be? No, it's not working. He's gotta be strong and he's gotta be strong. He's gotta be fresh from the fight. There we go. Perfect. It's beautiful. I mean, I can still see it because we know it's there, but it's more than fine. All right, let's save it. So yes, right now we're dealing with a 7 million polygon model, which is absurd and stupid. So what we are going to do is let's actually duplicate this off again just to save some effort. Just in case anyone was curious, right? Because it's like, how can a 7 million polygon model be fine? The entire file size of the Z tool is 95 megabytes. Zbrush is very good at its size management because like everything it is designed to do is handle models that are millions or tens of millions of polygons. So the file sizes are actually incredibly reasonable. All right, so we're going to go into Z plugin and we're going to go to the decimation master. And as the name implies, what it aims to do is decimate or reduce your polygon density to a target. So we're going to set it to 20%. So it's going to drop it down to 1 point something million. And we're going to pre-process it. So it's going to think about how it's going to go through all this. I'm going to take another bite of food while we wait for it to go about that. How are you doing, chat? How's your evening? All right, there it goes. About 30% now. So yeah, ZBrush likes handling, or is perfectly fine with high poly models. A lot of other software, as you might imagine, is not. A lot of other software does not enjoy it. Need the quiet, I understand that. You say that as we're listening to like heavy metal Shrek. But I get what you mean. I appreciate you being here. Yeah. And then once we decimate it, so we hit the pre-process and now we just decimate. So you can see nothing happened. Except if we go into the model view, our poly density has dropped from 7 million to 1.4. And we have given up 0 model quality to accomplish that. It's still perfectly smooth throughout. What the fuck? Well, that's annoying. It's fine. Probably happened as a consequence of me trying to mess with something. All right. So yeah, this will transfer into an STL file and go to the printer with much less hassle, much less pain than trying to put the much higher density model in. We could probably even decimate it further. Like if we were to drop it to like what, 75%? Just to get it down to like that 1 million mark, I think that would be a good target to hit. Should be able to do that without any loss of quality. And then we just hit decimate. And that brings it down to, yeah, 1.06. And no noticeable changes. Perfect. Let's call it there. Let's call that good. So all we would do at this point is go into Z plugin, and there's a 3D print hub. We're going to set the inch height, check mesh volumes. So the current mesh volume is 0.08 cubic inches. So it's not size options. All right, so let's set the X dimension to be 1 inch. Y should be 2. I mean, this is not a huge thing as long as it is like a size that it can understand. Here we go, update size ratios. Okay, so yeah, let's set you to. So we'll do that one. And then, yeah, we just want to set the X value to 1. So our Y value is about 1.6 inches. Okay, let's set you. No, because we need it to be 1 inch across. So, goodness, you are going to be really short, aren't you? 4 made it look like it was going to be like 2. Because it's 2 units across and then it's 4 units tall. So it should be. That's weird. I don't know that I trust Zbrush on this one. But that's okay, because once we get to the actual slicing software, I can specify the size of the model that I want there. So I can double check that everything is lining up the way that it should. So we're just going to export it to an STL. And then every subtool will be exported to a separate file in folder. Use the subtool as file name. Do not ask again. Okay, so oh, I wish you weren't doing this. Dud 1, Dud 2. What? Oh, because it's so big. Oh, but you didn't. Ooh. Could you just export the thing that I asked you for? Export options. There we go. Selected, not all. Cool. There we go. Okay, so yeah, the final STL file is about 100 megabytes. So then I would load that into the slicing software. It would come up with the plan, and then I can send that file to the 3D printer, and we're good to go. I say we're good to go. Not exactly true, because so what I really don't like about 3D printing is, and you could tell I would make a shit engineer. You have to work with the physical properties of the plastic that you are printing in / resin, right? Essentially, so plastic extrusion and resin sort of operate in opposite directions, right? With plastic extrusion, you get a coil of solid plastic, and then you are heating it to a melting point, putting it through the extruder into the shape that you want, and then it just cools, and as it cools, it re-solidifies in the shape that you wanted it to be. With resin, it is liquid by default, and it is reactive to UV light. So you shine a UV light on it, and it hardens into the shape that you want. And you just do that layer by layer. Obviously both systems work fine, but the materials have their particular melting points, and if the plastic has its melting point and the resin has its reaction point, and if the calibrations are off, if the temperature is wrong, it changes the viscosity of the material, and it's just like, it's so finicky. It's so temperamental. It's like, oh, it's not exactly the right temperature, so you have to completely recalibrate the printer. I'm just like, eat a dick. So yeah, I've got 1 or 2 successful prints off of my printer, but it is very temperamental, and it does seem like I would need a different profile for literally the season that I am printing in, because the calibration and the behavior of the resin is going to be different depending on the time of year. The counter effort to that would be to make a climate controlled area that you are printing in so that it is consistent year round. But most people's garages / outside sheds are not climate controlled. So it's a bit of a pain in the butt, but it's what it is. Alrighty, chat. Why don't we take just like a 2-minute break? Get something to drink, stretch, take a moment. And when we get back, we will switch over to some art. But, well, some drawing. We've been doing art. Hopefully it's been an interesting little project to follow along. I think it's very charming. I think it came out pretty much exactly the way that I had envisioned it. So I'm happy about that. Alright, I'm gonna leave this little goober for you guys over here. And we're gonna put up the BRB banner if I have it. I don't in the scene. That's fun. Alright, I'll just be back in a couple minutes then. I'm gonna run some ads while I'm gone, and I'll see y'all in just a little bit. Actually, I'm gonna wait for this to finish so we can put something else on. Yeah, that'll do. Alright, see y'all in just a bit. Bye. I should have gone the other way. I went to put some more ice in my tea and I accidentally splashed water on my seed, so I have to deal with that really quick. Everyone have a good break. Let's jump over, make sure Clip Studio looks good. All right, let's do this. Yes. Woo! Man, it's so nice. It's so nice getting to do some actual 3D work again. It's been a long time. It's been a long time. Even just like a simple little thing like that was nice to touch on. All right, so right off the cuff, where I want to start is I want to adjust Mookie's eyes a little bit. Might need to do a copy paste here, but main thing is I feel like her focus line of gaze is a little bit off, and yeah, I do need to copy paste it. In the dark, it just felt like they're a little too like up and away. Like they didn't feel like she was looking sort of where she was actually pointing, you know? Yeah, let's go ahead and delete it. It's fine. Nothing about this is so particularly good that we need to be careful about it. We're still in a very rough stage with this drawing, and that's okay. Still feeling it out a little bit. I think we got to a point where I'm really like happy with the idea that we're aiming for. We just need to actually go in and start rendering it and cleaning it up. And that's going to take a bit. Okay, good. So yeah, hopefully I'll find a little time to actually bust out the printer and mess with it. I'll probably try and do it a little bit tomorrow, and then maybe a little bit on Saturday before the stream. It's not a big print, right? It's only a couple inches, so the actual like trial or the actual sort of go through each attempt is going to be pretty short. But there will probably be some amount of I just need to like reacquaint myself with how to calibrate the damn thing. It's going to be a process in of itself. Okay. I don't know my reference up. One moment. Oh, did you guys see the eclipse? Yeah, it was yesterday. I imagine none of. I don't know. I don't know if any of you guys got to see it in person. Maybe you were in the area. I don't know. I just watched it on stream. Unfortunately, I think a lot of the folks in like the northern reaches of it, Greenland and Iceland, it was pretty cloudy. So it seemed like they didn't get a very good view of it. But uh the folks in Spain, the totality was like during sunset, and I think it was a very impressive show. Suddenly ignored. Without choice, sometimes without a voice. You can't even say my name. As the memory gone, are you feeling of my name? I played this game, so I ask again. When you say my name, as the memory gone, are you feeling of I become invisible? I did think it was very fun that the eclipse happened the day the internationals are starting. It's like a very auspicious omen. The ancient stir. The warriors of legend are called to battle. The Aegis demands a new champion. Is that? Okay, both of those are part of the paint over, so we can just clear that out. I don't think I would ever be an eclipse chaser, but I get it. I get wanting to experience that again and again. Not to mention, you know, it's a good excuse to travel. Go around the world, see a bunch of places, catch the eclipse. Also, you can, you know, book your hotels way in advance, like years in advance, because we kind of know where they're gonna be. They're very conveniently predictable. It's quite courteous of them, really. It's like, I'm sorry, ma'am, we don't book hotel rooms 20 years in advance. All right, confirm. A song. One moment. One moment. Oh, I skipped this earlier because I didn't want any spoilers, but now I can listen to this. Damn, he's good. Keep the coral crown down, drown. Save your breath, 'cause tonight you're gonna. Your final cruise down, down. He also the coral crown down, down. Leave your breath, 'cause tonight you're gonna. Still more songs. Oh, oh, oh. I feel like Supergiant had just an infinite amount of fun making Hades and Hades 2. Like, don't get me wrong, it's game development. There were difficult days, there were frustrating days, there was the grind. But just like, okay, so we have Scylla, right? We have this monster from the Odyssey that, as far as I'm aware, she only shows up a little bit, right? But, you know, we've got Odysseus, we've got Polyphemus, we've got Charybdis in here. Let's put Scylla in. You know, let's draw on the Odyssey a lot. What should we do with her? Well, what if she, like, made a metal band with a bunch of the sirens? That's genius. I'm just like, cannot be bothered to remember Melinoe's name. Like, completely disinterested. Just calls her lady all the time. That's just like her whole thing. And then Darren just like busted his head through the walls. Like, I heard metal music. I'll see these red, blue, and green. It's in the sky and this dream. There we go. Alright, that's starting to clean up. Good. Actually, give me 1 second. I'm gonna close ZBrush down just because I don't know how much memory it's taking up right now. Probably worth it to free that up. There we go. I'm just trying to get these nice gradients of color, right? Sort of have that diffusal through the top like we were talking, and then we can have a highlight sort of up here where it's a bit brighter, catching more of the light. Probably not quite as intense as I have it. Like, it's not a reflective material, right? It's just gonna sort of have a lighter zone on the parts of it that are more directly facing the light. Yeah, so this is gonna be maybe a little hyperbolic, a little aggrandizing, but I have this thought. I'm gonna go ahead and share it. It's a take. I was talking before about that Variety article, Variety video, where Brendan and Matt were talking about, you know, their experiences, you know, running tabletop shows and sort of their experience, their intentions, and how they see it and how they think about it and all that. Dimension 20, at one point, I had not known about this. They ran a live show at Madison Square Garden. And from the looks of it, it was a sold out show. You know, it had a lot of production value, but it was like they were running, I don't know if it was one off, but you know, they were doing their thing. They were at a table playing playing D&D to a very large live audience, which was very impressive to me. But it sort of gave me this feeling of like, this is kind of the bardic performance of our day and age. It feels like, you know, that you have the thousands of people that will show up to watch, you know, this group, this performance group, sort of weave this story in real time. And, you know, there's an amount of preparation, obviously. There's an amount of, you know, this is where we're going with it. But I think part of what is so fascinating about tabletops is that you can rarely ever predict what's going to happen. Even the GMs, even the people that have set up the game, can never be 100% sure what the players are going to do or what the dice are going to decide. It's like, oh, you had everything like exactly set up the way that you wanted it, and the narrative was going in the way that you intended, and then one of your players rolled a nat 1 in a critical situation, and now everyone's got to figure that shit out. But I think that's, you know, part of what's so compelling about it. It's part of what people love, is that emergent story. I don't know. I feel like it's a very sort of unique thing, and I feel like, I don't know, to see a performance like that big happen. It's like, yeah, we can rent out one of the most popular theaters in the country, one of the biggest name theaters in the country, and hold a tabletop game at it. It's like, oh, okay, that's where we're at. Cool. You know, listening to campaign 4, I made it through the second episode. Obviously now TI is going to take a lot of my watch time, but Brendan is running it like a theater performance, right? He has all of these characters, all of these players that are, you know, he's rotating them in and out. Like they'll sort of play with a few of them for like an hour or two, and then, you know, rotates out the table, and we have a scene transition, and, you know, the next group of players sits down, and, you know, he sort of sets up the scene with them and talks about what they were doing last and where they are now, and sort of what's, and then go. You know, normally when you have a tabletop game, you have your group, right? Be it 3, 4, 6, maybe 7 or 8 people. 7 or 8's a lot for a single group, but, you know, it's doable. And the story is following that group. You know, you might have situations where the party splits up for some reason, either to tackle multiple situations or there was some, you know, dramatic event that separated them. And so you might sort of go back and forth for a while between multiple perspectives. But to have that sort of be the structure of the story of like, no, we're gonna run this like a show. We're going to run this like a production where we have multiple groups that are interweaving. Like, again, I almost appreciate that you're doing this because it's like, yeah, normal groups are not going to do this. No one should have the misconception that this is a normal D&D game. This is a D&D game run by crazy people. But it's fun. I think I'm actually just gonna catch the VOD of Dota tomorrow. Because it's already been going for like 2.5 hours, and I'm only gonna get a little bit of watch time in tonight. I'll always just pick it up tomorrow. Try and catch up with the VOD before day 3 occurs. Alright, I think the skin tone's starting to come into its own. At least in a few places. I don't want the shading to be too intense, right? It's really easy to sort of drown out the body, or drown out the... Come on, Kaiga, words! Just sort of drown everything in shadow. If it is not set up correctly. Cast aside, there's no coming home. Drifting in the ocean. Good. Alright. I'm actually going to leave Mookie alone for a little bit. Because... Sorry, 1 second. Sorry. I feel like we figured out a lot of the approach for her, and it's looking good. Meanwhile, I'm still looking a little funky over here. So I want to sort of go in and do a similar process for this. Also, let's flip it. Just, yeah, see the face is getting strangely shaped. Not digging where it's at the moment. But we can clean up. We can fix it. Yeah, so we need to sort of bring this back a little bit because like if we do a draw through, chin should probably terminate right around there, maybe a little bit forward, but like it's way too far forward. Husband, right back in silence. I surrender, a somber reverie. Slowly drifting down into twilight. Ascending, reading memories of the past. What it was, evanescent, and writing on a wall. Save this descent to madness. Come and save us, catch us before we fall. Like broken angels, wingless cast from heaven's gates. Falling, 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 far from grace. Message in a bottle cast to sea. In monochrome melodies, our tears are painted in red. Deep inside, we're nothing more than scions and sinners in the rain. Tonight the orange. Yes, time circles endlessly. The hands of fate trained ahead. All things change, drawn to the flame, to rise from the ashes. Begin with us, must see the end. Broken angels, wingless cast from heaven's gates. Broken, falling, 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 far from grace. There's a message in a bottle cast to sea. In monochrome melodies, our tears are painted in red. Deep inside, we're nothing more than scions and sinners in the rain. Let the all. Yes, time circles endlessly. My hands of fate trained ahead. things change, drawn to the flame, you rise from the ashes to begin with a small seething. Okay. Okay, something about the shape of the face still feels off. It's still off. I think the chin is too far forward. I think I'm trying to cheat the perspective. So how do I fix that? Here, 1 second, find a song. Shit, what's this one called? Yes, this one. Yeah, so I think, sorry, just to pull up another layer. Center of the face is right here. The chin's gonna be like right here. Like, it's not bad, just something about it feels a little too far across. I'm not sure. I'm not sure where I'm feeling the disconnect. Again and again and again and again. The fuck is that? What? Wait, what is that? Okay, it's part of the background. I'll need to mess with that because that's throwing me off, and I made the drawing. I feel like it's definitely gonna throw someone else off. Okay, I think what'll help is bringing the neck more forward. I feel like the jawline and the chin are like putting a lot of work in to sort of get to this position, and the neck needs to do more. Yeah, that's better. Can push it a bit more, but definitely working out. Never understood that guitar blowout thing that a lot of rock music likes to do. I've never really enjoyed the sound of it. I'm just like, oh, stop! I don't know, to each their own. I just don't like it. I guess I'm just not. I'm not with it. I don't get it. I'm not cool enough. All the times I've gone, yeah, but now they're gone. Seasons so few beneath the wind, all the sun, all the rain. Come on, baby, you'll be in my hand. We'll be able to fly. Baby, I'm your man. La, 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 Valentine's done. Here but never gone. Romeo and Juliet are together in eternity. 40,000 men and women every day. 40,000 men and women every day. Another 40,000 coming every day. Come on, baby. Let me take my hand. Never been on the floor. Baby, I'm your man. La, la, la. All right, there you go. That's getting there. That's already feeling a lot better in terms of like shape of the face, posture of the neck, shape of the chest. Like, yeah, we're hitting something. I feel like the bottom half of the crystal is a little bit too long, but I can just go. Actually, you know what it is? The chest is too low. Chest is too low. All right. Surgery time. Because the top of the collar or the top of the gem should be right at the clavicle, right? It should be right where the two collarbones meet. So, like, we could make it maybe a little bit longer. But I think if we were to do a bit of a draw through and make the gem sort of understand like the entire height and position of the gem to be like that, then it should be like here. The side of the chest should be sort of coming along with that, right? So yeah, all of this just needs to leave. We just gotta get rid of it. Which is a bit awkward because now the shape of the breast isn't like sitting correctly, but we'll get there eventually. I know your hair is wild. I know you have no style. Your version you will be for a while. And don't you know that you are hard as fuck on the inside? Everybody knows the best, and then this will be right with time. Don't you know that you want so much yes on the inside? Don't you know? And you're suddenly 16. Girls are steering clear. You walk like a newborn deer. Send birthday invites. Now all your friend is here. And don't you know that you can cool as fuck on the inside? You're just going through an awkward phase from 12 to 29. Don't you know that everyone feels weird on the inside? Don't you know? Close your eyes and you will see a window into your destiny. And I want more. Step on stage and they come alive. No one cares that you're 35. Centaur. Feeling nerdy kid inside. But now you finally found your tribe. Okay, that feels better. Better. Closer. Almost all the time. Cross it. Telling that you know that you're alright as fuck on the inside. Now it's time to rock the show. Come on, you are a star tonight. Spandex butterfly. Alright, let's get a little bit of this purple over here. Get some refracted light through the skin tones. It's a really fun song. Good. Weird. Goodness. I had the air conditioner going earlier. It was actually getting a little chilly. I turned it off when we took our break, and it's already gone up like 6 degrees in here. Let's get rid of all this gunk down here? Oh, shit, right, the table. Why did I do this on the same layer? Chat, why did you let me do this on the same layer? Stupid, stupid, stupid. I was stupid, not you guys. You guys are cool. But I was stupid. I did it dumb. You can just merge this into the painter at this point. It's not doing anything. Actually, wait, where is... Fuck? Fuck. Alright, well. Probably not too destructive to get rid of it at this point. We can just merge it like that. Cool. Alright. That could have been a lot worse. Glad I caught that when I did. Whatever. People have been painting on one layer for thousands of years. I can do it too. Sky, can't see the stars and confirmation. I can't even remember the way that they looked for the rain. There's nothing but devils left. Lingering out on the hurricane. If there's a way out of this, somebody tell me no. I know it's all gonna end, but I swear I don't know how. You keep on running the past before it hunts you down. There's a way out of this, somebody tell me. You see what you do up in your tower. This between you and me is on the ground. On the trigger. I think we both know how this turns out. If there's a way out of this, somebody tell me now. Can't go back. I know it's all gonna end, but I swear I don't know how. Keep on running the past until it hunts you down. There's a way out of this, somebody tell me. Good. Nothing much. We started a fire, lit up the city, and for miles and miles, I can see where the flames. There's a storm rolling in now. The heavens will open up and flood washes over me. God, I hope they can wash this blood from my hands. Just kinda. Maybe we'll get out of this. Good. Shit, I thought of something for the model. It'll be an easy change. I just saw it, I'm like, that would be good to do. There's always something. Frankly, there is something that I want to do for the model. I might leave it out for the debut. If it's something I can figure out how to implement quickly, then I will try and get it in. But, like, I wrote it down on the list with a note that this is a stretch goal. If I get it, cool. If I don't get it, it wasn't part of the original plan. I'm not going to lose any sleep over it. But I'm going to put it down as a solid maybe. If it starts breaking other stuff trying to roll it in, then it's not worth going after, you know? At some point, you just gotta call it, you know? You just gotta say, this is good enough. I like it. I'm happy with it. And we're good. Alright. Kind of looking better. The hair's still a little all over the place, but I mean that's just kind of how it does, right? That's just kind of the vibe. Let's jump back to Mookie for a little bit, because this whole area is still largely unresolved, and I would like to resolve it. Yeah, proud angel space. visions of them. We cast off tomorrow. Fucking Final Fantasy 14. It's like, how do we get Kaiga to play again? What if we introduce an entire world where the entire population lives on airships, and I'm like, you son of a bitch, I'm in. Knew exactly what to do to get me hype as fuck. So annoying. Fucking love airships. Stupid. Fucking magical flying boat bullshit. So cool. I should buy an airship. It's every wizard's midlife crisis. On to the end. So I have not played any of the Dawn Trail patch content. So I don't know what they have done there. And I'm sure people have opinions. I will play through it when I resub, obviously. But essentially, Dawn Trail was kind of a, what's the word? It was a transitional expansion, right? That we had. Well, I'm trying to find a song. Oh, you know what? I meant to listen to this earlier and I forgot, so now we're going to listen to it together. But what's kind of interesting to me is essentially, they're setting up the next saga for 14. They've I forget exactly what they called it, but it was like the Godless Worlds saga or something. In a way, they're kind of setting up like a new Final Fantasy, right? Like this is a new storyline. But it's not starting from zero because we have our character and the world that we've already explored and the rules that we've already established. So like it's an opportunity to establish a new game, essentially make a new Final Fantasy, not completely from the ground up, if that makes sense. But it will be kind of interesting, I think, to see like how much do they really sort of go, okay, well, we have the opportunity to go to new locations and tell new storylines and sort of explore locations that don't follow exactly the rule set that we have established in the game up to this point, because it's just that foreign of a realm. Like, because I said at one point, are we getting to a point where we can expect Final Fantasy 17, right? The announcement of the next MMO, and we start from a clean slate, like we did from 11 going into 14. And clearly, the answer at this point is no. Give me 1 second. I'm going to turn the AC back on. It's starting to warm up in here again. Like, clearly, I don't know if Yoshida, like, beat someone in a duel to get them to continue to support 14 or what, but, like, they're keeping with their child. They're keeping with the current project rather than throwing it out to make a new one. And to be fair, they never threw out 11. It is still going. It is still a completely playable game. So, But you get my meaning. Like, 11 has fallen far into the shadow in terms of, like, attention from the company and popularity compared to 14. But they said, nope, this is our project, this is our big one, this is our baby. We're going to stick with it. But at the same time, I kind of wonder, will they use 14 at this point and sort of almost treat it like a new MMO? I could kind of see them approaching it that way. That would be more of like a narrative decision than a mechanical decision or anything. We'll see. we were talking about that study looking at, like, sort of, namely from 2024, because that was sort of when the data was collected, of gaming trends, game playing trends, and the ages of games that were being played. Finding that a lot of the new releases were fighting over a small slice of people's play hours. And that a lot of the time that people were spending playing games was playing typically older titles. And I think there's a number of reasons that could be attributed to. People playing through the games that they already have in their backlog rather than buying new ones. Especially, getting games that are on sale and, waiting for them to go on sale rather than buying them day one or even, right away, early on. But, you think about, like, Final Fantasy 14, which is a lot of people's one game, is over 12 years old at this point. No Man's Sky just turned 10 this week. World of Warcraft is like 20. World of Warcraft can buy a beer, all right? Let's just put it that way. Especially like the big MMOs, the big social games, a lot of them are like anywhere between 5 and 20 years old. EVE Online is also up in there in like the 20-year club. People are still playing Guild Wars 1, which I think is older than World of Warcraft. People are still playing Final Fantasy 11, which is older than World of Warcraft. People are playing old school RuneScape, all right? When did RuneScape come out? The original one. The one that OSRS is now. 2001. Really? I thought it was older than that. Yeah, 4th of January, 2001. Okay. For the separate game, based on a 2000... Okay, so old school RuneScape is using a build from 2007, but the original version of the game came out in 2001. So, depending on your level of semantics, old school RuneScape is anywhere between 19 to 25 years old. A not insignificant percentage of the WoW player base said, we don't like what you're doing with the current build of WoW. We want to go back to a classic format, either through means that you will provide or our own. There was one comment, I think it was on a No Man's Sky video, of No Man's Sky was the first game that I play. It is the only game that I play. Right? Like, for some people, their comfort game is just something that they attach to. It's not, oh, this is the game that I've chosen to spend a bunch of time with. This is the game that I tried to play and found I really enjoyed. I had not really done gaming before this, and now I'm like, yes, this is good for me. I don't remember where I was going with this. Let's flip this back. I don't know. I find it interesting that, like, some of the games that really sort of managed to establish themselves, people will stick around for a very long time if they're able to. And there was one game, I forget what it was called, but it was, I think it like got out of early access technically, or it was still in development, but essentially the funding ran out, and so they closed it down. But they said, well, we're going to release basically an open source version of the server. So you guys that still care about the game and want to play it can continue to. Obviously, we won't be updating it anymore. We won't be supporting it in any way. But if you guys want to, here is an option. Thank you for caring. And that was very cool. That they recognized there were people that loved the game, problems and all, enough that they would be very sad when it wasn't available anymore, so they did something to support them. That's good guy game dev behavior. There we go. Excuse me. Goodness. Okay. That little nubbin. Put that back as well. Imagine actually having time for all the projects that you wanted to do. Like, you come up with an idea and you can actually follow through and get it done. And not have to, be like, well, one day. That one day is today and you're doing it. And then you do it and you're like, yay! This whole space-time thing. Kinda not a fan. Oh, I remember what I wanted to listen to. I've been kind of working on everything except for the faces. I'll come back to this. Little troublemakers they be. Nothing that I get can stop the waves when you cross the line. I've been so gracious. That's right. The clubs you will climb is mine. There it goes. There it goes. Make it big. This is mercy upon ourselves. Ruthlessness is mercy upon ourselves. We look good cause you're not even great. That's what I hate. But no, mercy has a price. Let him in. Cause ruthlessness is mercy upon ourselves. Ruthlessness is mercy upon ourselves. Between everything and hopefulness is almost invincible. Close your heart, the world is dark and ruthlessness is mercy. Die. There's a river that calm the tidal rain. Become a monster. This moment, every time to strike. Get in the water. Get in the water. Long raise the tide so high. All love if the car will die. Get in the water. Get in the water. You're right, then some will drown. Get in the water. Get now get in the water. Go home. You could not to forgive. Oh. Alright, this is coming along really well, I think. I think we're getting very... not close. Definitely not close. Making very good progress. Paint through that. Gonna grab really deep. Put a little bit of this in, more of that, some of this. There we go. That looks about right. Good. Six hundred. Save. Business is merciful. To my wife. All right, let's see. Ooh. Let's start the underside of the nail, right? Get some rim light around the outer edge of it. Then most of it be in shadow. A little bit of fill out here. Actually, probably want to... just give me this. Move it off to the side. Want to shape the finger up a little bit more before we sort of put that in place. It's looking pretty good, I think. This needs to curve up a little bit faster because this is kind of dragging, messing up the perspective of the finger. There we go. Good. All right, just taking a minute. Taking a minute to look it over, kind of see where we're at. So yeah, we still got a few areas to clean up. Obviously, the sort of upper head on both of them is pretty rough. Coffee cups are rough. Rest the hand. But we've touched on most of the characters now, and then we can clean up the background a little bit. Actually, go ahead and do some of that right now. Some nice gradient tones to sort of balance all this out, right? Some shifts in the lighting. Come on. Come on. It's gotta get that perfect stroke. Perfect stroke. Good enough stroke. I feel like I'm cheating the perspective on this drawing a lot. Maybe I just need to make the counter thicker? Probably thicker. It feels better. Like before, it was like just enough space for them to rest their elbows on, and this feels at least a little bit more like believable, I guess. I might even try and do some on the other side, but that might get a little bit more, a little bit messier. Probably a good idea though. face of a stronger thing. Don't do that. Yeah, that feels better already. I think that's working. And I know my hero will come. It will be torn apart. The spell of Gary will turn the dark into. Yeah, that feels that is better. All of your heroes are gone. And the blood that they spilled is on my hand. And darkness will block out the sun. Nothing can be done with so few men. What a hero can do. It's the only one that keeps you. The hero will come. Someone's got to bring back the night. If I can't find a way to hold back the night. Now the heroes are gone. Someone's got to bring back the night. Alright. I think that's where we're gonna have to go ahead and call it for tonight, chat. We made some very good progress today. We got the mini done. So I'll try and get that printed hopefully this weekend. Not gonna promise that. Really gonna have to see how it goes, right? But fingers crossed. Fingers crossed we can make it happen. Yeah. I think the drawing is coming along very well. Probably start on Saturday working up the background some just to sort of get that up at a similar canter as the rest of it. But I think the characters are coming into their own very nicely. I'm happy with how that's looking. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and call things for the night there. Thank you, everyone, for hanging out. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you had fun. It's always good getting to catch up with everyone and see how you're all doing. I'm going to go ahead and shut down the YouTube stream. Everyone say good night to the VOD squad. And we are going to find somebody to raid. Alrighty.